efficiency. What they've done that is interesting in the building sector, they're using building codes. So each cluster, if you think of some of the major estates that are popping up in our country, you get allocated a demand side management code that people that are part of that office block or part of that residential area get to utilize as part of logging in. And they've got some interesting, in terms of our case, where we still need to think about the vulnerable members of our society, the poor. They have what they refer to as a low-income energy-saving program. If we look at Japan, that I mentioned earlier, they, since 2002, have been really innovating around their theme of what they call regional energy management system. And perhaps in our country, if we were to regionalize this, I'm certain that the winter in the Free State is more harsh than the winter, for instance, in Johannesburg. And I'm certain that the summers in Durban and other areas of KZN are much warmer than other parts of the country. So there's merit also in thinking about a regional-driven approach, because that's, again, where user dynamics are key to also focus on. So, as I said, my job is not to deliver a keynote, but just to say a word of support on behalf of the board. And the message I want to leave you with is that when we look for best practice in the board, from a board perspective, through our board operations, performance committee and other committees of the board, we don't just think South Africa. We look at the broader world energy outlook, and in terms of ensuring that we have a greater sense of thinking globally around this, because that's where we'll get best practice to help us not to be insular in solving both the load shedding problem as well as the challenge of the demand side management. Lastly, from a board perspective, we believe we need to continue along this path of supporting our ESCOM executives to fix the system for improved energy availability factor, find opportunities to add more megawatts onto the grid, and the third tier is find ways and means, innovative ways and means of ensuring that we manage our energy efficiency, our demand side management. I'm not picking on this venue, but again, most venues that I go to, you see lightings of this nature that is not energy efficient. I think we've really lost out on the, you may remember in 2010, we had that program 49M, where we drove the whole country around a common purpose in energy efficiency. So I'd like you to join me in my crusade. Every restaurant I go to, every place of this nature that I go to, I remind them that their lighting is not energy efficient. I think that's the little bit we can all do, including in our own homes, to make sure that we help contribute to energy efficiency. With that, thank you very much, and over to our keynote address.
big problem. They said, but knowledge that a lot of the low-hanging fruits have been dealt with. A lot of the potential for savings is already in the base, but our view is that we can never do enough of responsible use of electricity. We can never do enough of responsible use of energy and the energy resources that we have. So that's what this is about, this Indaba. So NICOM has felt it's quite key that we take a step towards rejuvenating or resuscitating the urgency that we as South Africans demonstrated with the 49M campaign. With the 49M campaign, we managed to galvanize the rest of South Africa to contribute towards energy saving. With this Indaba, we are hoping to start a conversation amongst South Africans, being it residential, being it commercial, being it industry, to say how much more can we do to promote the responsible use of electricity. So as part of NICOM or Extreme 5, there's quite a number of interventions that are being activated. Caleb indicated that Eskom has launched the Distribution Demand Management Program, and we invite all of you to take part in that program. We have said in the last cycle of the MYPD, when there was not adequate allocation for demand-side management programs. So that situation is slightly changed for the better. But yes, if we are to do more, then we need to make sure that we incentivize the use of electricity to save a bit more. So there's quite a number of opportunities that we are looking at. There was mention of geysers. We believe that there's quite a significant footprint of the traditional geysers that present an opportunity for further savings. And now I'm talking at a residential level. We believe that in terms of public lighting and street lighting, that there's further opportunity to deal with, to do public lighting again in a manner that is energy efficient. The chair spoke about the building and the building codes. We are trying to influence the process so that when the new codes are approved, that they do get approved with energy efficiency in mind. Over and above that, we are aware that there is a significant number of rooftop solar PVs that have already been installed, which we could potentially tap into. So we're looking at that as an opportunity. At this point in time, we've got applications that we are currently processing, totaling in excess of 100 and just over 100 megawatts. Now, 100 megawatts, that is one machine of the open cycle gas turbine. So if we can get that, that makes a difference. So our appeal then is that each of us, whatever we can do, wherever we are, we need to do. So in conclusion, as I sit down, I'm told that I've said a lot. There's been, there are a few other things that we are trying to fast track. The issue of the net billing tariff, it's one of the engagements that we're having with the regulator. To get the net billing tariff sorted, we are looking at the deployment of smart meters as a key enabler to do that. There will be a lot more detail in the day. So to us, smart meters present quite a significant opportunity, because with that we can do something called load management. We can shift your load to the times to other times of the day. Over and above that, we're also looking at reviewing the NRS 048.9 so that we do load shedding, or we execute load shedding in a manner that seeks to protect the economy. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am looking forward to the conversation. Unlike my bosses, I am here for the day. So yes, I will be engaging with you guys, and I'm looking forward to tap into your wisdom on how we can solve this problem. I thank you. Thanks so much.
So thank you. Thanks, Monday. Thanks, Mpho, and thanks, Caleb. Again, to remember why we're here and what we're focusing on, there are myriad issues around the problem or the challenges presented by electricity and electricity supply in our country. Today we're focusing on the demand side management. So we're going to hear some of the ideas. And Paul talked about us not being too insular in our approach to solutions. Monday's just told us as well that our country's been working with the Danes for a while on coming up with solutions, and part of the objective is to reach quick solutions so that we can begin to turn things around. So that's what we're going to focus on next. You'll also hear from you'll hear the perspective of a local case study. So there's this kind of tapestry that's being created between what's available in the South African space in terms of solutioning, what's happening internationally, how can we merge those things so that we can leapfrog into a situation where we begin to manage the demand side and also electricity provision much smarter than has happened inside this context of abnormality. So let's then go and welcome our first panel. Forgive me, Caroline, if I pronounce your surname and your middle name incorrectly, but Dr. Caroline Damgaard, who is with the Danish Energy Agency. You heard Monday mention them in his address, headquartered in Copenhagen. And from what I understand, they are evangelical about green energy transition, and they take part in gatherings like the one that you're in today in many other countries around the world. Barry McCall is with the Electric Power Research Institute, and they are an independent, non-profit research, development, and deployment organization. I understand that they're headquartered in Washington, and also from the DEA is Martin Solomon. So I think I'll welcome the three of you up. We'll sit on the podium together, and then each of you have a 20-minute presentation. And then we will open up the floor for questions. So let us keep that going. Is everything okay? All right, let's welcome our guests. Nice to meet you, Lola.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you so much for having me here today. It's an honor to be here on behalf of the Danish Energy Agency and the Center for Global Cooperation. We're so pleased to be taking part in this Indaba. It's a fantastic initiative to kickstart what's a really important conversation, and we're just really pleased that we are able to be part of this. My name is Caroline. I'm with the Danish Energy Agency. This morning I'll give a bit of an overview of the Danish experience relative to, or relevant for, flexibility and demand-side management. I'll talk a little bit both about the current landscape and future developments. I'll highlight some pilot projects as well as some more mature implementations across Europe. I'll conclude with a few key themes and takeaways, but first let me briefly introduce ourselves at the Danish Energy Agency. So as I said, I'm with the Center for Global Cooperation, but we're just one small part of the Danish Energy Agency. Many departments, or all the other departments, focus on the Danish energy context, and we're lucky to have Martin here today, who works particularly around consumers and retail in the Danish context process in Denmark. Whereas I, again, represent the Center for Global Cooperation. We focus exclusively on supporting the global green energy transition through sharing of the Danish experience, the Danish lessons, mistakes, successes, through knowledge sharing and capacity building. We have 24 partner countries, and each of these have unique circumstances, unique challenges, unique opportunities that we work with our partners around. Our partnership with South Africa is one of our most well-established programs and most active programs, and we're really pleased with the level of engagement and the very strong collaboration that we have here with a number of key institutions, from the DMRE to NERSA, IPPO, as well as ESCOM, as was previously mentioned. With ESCOM, we work on a wide range of topics, including issues around energy markets, power markets, system balancing, and demand-side response, which of course is the topic for today. So, why is the Danish context interesting from a flexibility perspective? Well, first of all, we are the country in the world with the highest integration of variable renewable energy. At the same time, we also have the highest level of security of supply in Europe. And these two things are challenges that every country in the world will be facing as they go through the energy transition: how to integrate high levels of renewables without sacrificing security of supply. And the Danish case demonstrates that that is indeed possible. But we're not at the end of our journey. We have ambitious targets to go further yet. And these targets, reaching these targets, will require integration of increasing levels of renewables, with a target to have 100% green electricity by 2030. And reaching the climate targets will also create a need for electrification of more demand. Particularly heating and transport will need to be electrified across the country. And these two things, the increasing levels of renewables in the system and the electrification of demand, causing an increase in electricity demand, as well as a change in the patterns of consumption, will make it more and more complex to balance the system and ensure supply and demand are matched at all times, which of course is essential for the safe operation of the network. The current levels of renewable energy integration in Denmark is already requiring high levels of flexibility in the operation. That requirement for flexibility will increase as we go forward. And we'll see an increasing need for the demand side to participate more so than they are today. Now, before moving on to the Danish context, let me just take a step back and reflect on what we actually mean when we say flexibility. Flexibility can be used as a term that can mean more or less anything to different people. In Europe, a definition has been written into regulation, which states that flexibility is the ability of an electricity system to adjust to the variability of generation and consumption patterns and grid availability across relevant market timeframes. This implies that flexibility is something that happens across the whole system, that every actor is part of providing flexibility to this whole electricity system. And what that means is we're moving from a system where flexibility was provided primarily from fossil-fueled power plants, from interconnectors, and from large capacity on the network, towards a system where balancing is provided by a wide range of actors, including different actors and new actors in the space. And that's a really important reflection to have as we go into demand-side management, because we're dealing with actors coming from in Denmark. The issue of flexibility very much through levels of wind and solar. For there is implicit or non-dispatchable demand, or demand flexibility, which is provided through a price signal. So that would be typically time of use tariffs, dynamic pricing. And then we have demand, your ancillary, direct load control, those sorts of things that have a direct response to a request from the network. In Denmark, the dominance to date has been, on the one hand, explicit demand response through ancillary services. Primarily, that has been a way to leverage supply flexibility as well as the really large consumers. And in terms of the smaller consumers, that's mostly been leveraged to date through implicit demand response, so through time of use tariffs, and more recently through dynamic pricing. And some of the key prerequisites to move into a dynamic pricing system has been smart meters, which we heard Monday talk about previously as well, that is a key enabler to demand flexibility. And the rollout of smart meters in Denmark then enabled hourly metering, enabling that dynamic pricing of domestic and smaller consumers. But then looking ahead, what's really a key focus in both Denmark and Europe is moving beyond these transmission level and sort of overarching system solutions to flexibility to look more at local sources of flexibility and the balancing at distribution level, not just at transmission level, which again is one of the focal points I understand from all of you here in the room today. And the need for local sources of flexibility is very much associated with the increase of distributed sources of generation, coupled with heat pumps and EVs connected to distribution networks. Now in Denmark, this is not yet a pressing issue. It's an issue that is recognized as a problem we will need to deal with in the future. As opposed to elsewhere in the UK, it's a much more immediate problem or challenge, and likewise in South Africa, it's a much more immediate challenge that we're addressing. So in Denmark, we have the luxury of thinking a bit more long-term when we're talking local flexibility. In Denmark, the discussions are starting around local flexibility, but to my knowledge, we don't have an actual outlook, an actual view of what the extent of local flexibility required in the system will be in the future. But if we look to the UK, they are projecting a tenfold increase in the need of local sources of flexibility up to 2050. So, in Denmark, local flexibility at distribution level, remains in its infancy, but the need is recognized, and actors are coming together to work towards a solution for the future. And regulation is providing a very clear direction that this is indeed something that is expected of the energy sector going forward. This slide here illustrates how regulation has been referring to demand-side flexibility for a very long time indeed. It is only recently that it is becoming more specific, but the direction has been there since 2009, and then progressing through a series of regulations from the European Commission. And we're now at a point where quite specific requirements are set out under the Clean Energy for All package. On the one hand, there's a requirement that consumers should be able to participate actively in all energy markets. That means also flexibility markets. And there's a requirement for market rules that will facilitate both flexible generation and demand, and also a requirement for DSOs to be incentivized to utilize flexibility. Now, this is really key for national governments to then proceed to think about how this can be implemented nationally. And I won't talk much more about regulation at this stage, because Martin will get into the regulatory process, but just to say that that direction setting is a really key part of our journey in Europe and in Denmark. So again, while local flexibility products don't yet make up part of business as usual activities in Denmark, we do have quite a lot of activity in terms of pilot projects. And here I'm just picking out a few examples of some of the interesting pilot projects conducted in Denmark and demonstrating the breadth of who have actually participated, the sectors who have participated in demand-side response pilot projects. We have domestic heating as one example. And an example that's quite interesting because there's a lot of skepticism around tapping into domestic sources of flexibility. That is considered a real challenge. But this pilot project showed that if aggregating the results of the population that took part in the pilot to the whole of the Danish population, the achieved results were equivalent to 1/5 of the largest wind power plant in Scandinavia was achieved in reduced demand over the course of an hour. Now, considering that this was just an early stage pilot with a very hard to achieve or hard to reach sector, that's not a bad result at all. Transport is another key focus for several pilot projects, with electric vehicles being a key source of flexibility. We also have a number of projects with industrial and commercial processes, including customers who consider their industrial processes, their manufacturing processes, to be highly inflexible and very sensitive to changes in consumption. But these pilots have been very successful and have actually led to further engagement by the same customers. And I think this highlights something that will be shared for every country that will look into demand response, is there is an ongoing conversation to be had. There is an onboarding of customers who are not used to thinking about their consumption in a flexible sort of way. Looking elsewhere in Europe, there are also more mature implementations of demand-side management through flexibility markets. The Netherlands and the UK are where we have the most mature local flexibility markets. They're implemented in quite different ways. In Netherlands, it's a service that is connected directly to existing markets, whereas in the UK, we've seen DSOs establish new local flexibility markets. A shared feature between the two is that regulation has played a key role in incentivizing distribution network operators to go out and create flexibility products. So, we know there is a need. We have the regulatory direction. We know that the market solutions can work. So in Denmark, the Danish Energy Agency is doing the groundwork to prepare for this future of more flexible demand side in the electricity system. And one of the initiatives I want to highlight in particular is a recent flexibility forum that was held by the DEA for all relevant stakeholders. It was the first conversation of an ongoing engagement. And it really aimed to bring everyone to the table to discuss the questions, because right now we have more questions than answers. But coming together and discussing them collectively is really key to the process. And in many ways, that's similar to what we're doing here today. So that's really great. And I think Martin again will talk a bit more about the importance of collaboration and how these engagements can work for everyone. And to finish off, I just want to pick out some overarching themes, some takeaways to leave you all with. And that is particularly, again, going back to the role of regulation, setting a direction so that the sector as a whole and the various parties participating in demand-side management and flexibility in general know and feel certain that there is a direction and that is indeed where we together are headed. Collaboration, key both in terms of creating the best solutions that work for everyone, but also in terms of getting new forms of actors on board and involved in what is quite a complex space. And then in terms of implementation, there are some very practical prerequisites for flexibility and demand-side response to take off. One is digitalization. I didn't get into it so much on the pilot slide, but one thing that was key across all the pilots that I picked out there was a focus on developing IT platforms, developing ways of collecting data from customers and handling that data, and systems to interact between customer, aggregator, and network operator. Digitalization, absolutely key. Again, that comes back to smart meters as well. And then finally, a point that I haven't touched on yet, but standardization is important in the context, particularly context of local flexibility, where what we saw in some of the European examples is even with more and more activity on behalf of distribution network operators, the liquidity in the market remains low. When you have locally focused solutions, you're also reducing the pool of assets available or participants available. And in order to make it easier for as many as possible to participate, Standardized products, standardized processes, standardized markets are essential to reduce barriers to entry, to reduce the resource intensiveness of the process of participating. And I will leave it at that and look forward to discussions later on.
Right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. I won't list them because I'll get them wrong and leave someone out. My name is Barry McCall. I'm from the Electric Power Research Institute. Everyone looks very tense this morning. And one of my professors said to me that the best way to learn is to relax and to absorb. So please, let's all relax a little bit. I was asked to speak on some perspectives and insights, and that's an interesting topic, perspectives and insights, because that's thought processes, right? I'm normally a technical guy. I like to present technologies. I've got a few little slides on technologies, and I'm also short of time, so I'm going to have to run over those. But perspectives and insights is about thoughts, what comes to mind when we discuss DSM. And the one thing that came to mind when I was sitting down doing my preparation for today is that the future shouldn't just happen to South Africa. You know, we're here to try and resolve load shedding. We're here to try and implement DSM as one of the tools to prevent load shedding. But the future shouldn't just happen to us. It's not just circumstance. My mom taught me, and it's stuck with me my whole life. You get the future you choose. We can choose the South African future. We chose what to do in 1990 and 94 and the subsequent years, and we can choose how to apply and implement DSM in South Africa. But it's a choice we all have to make, and it's not just an Eskom choice, and it's not just an individual choice, it's a collective choice. And therein lies the challenges. It's quite difficult to get 50 million people to cooperate collectively to implement something like DSM. And I'll argue just now that that is actually what is required. We tend to say, well, it's Eskom's problem, or it's the municipality's problem, or it's Mr. Makana's problem, but it's actually all of our challenge, and that was made very clear early on. In an engineering perspective, how do you choose a future? Well, we use the word design, right? So you design a future. It's a kind of engineering word for choose, because you're like, well, I'll take this Lego block and this Lego block and this Lego block. I'll put them together and I've got a thing. I've got a product or I've got a service. That's design. And I'll also argue that we have to design the DSM future that we want. But the kicker is also then we have to implement it. We can't just design it, because designs are usually on CAD or on paper or in someone's head, but we have to do something. And those are the challenges with DSM. And those are the insights and perspectives that I've picked up working for EPRI for many years now and getting privileged access to over 400 members that we have globally. And it was said earlier, and it's totally true, it's not a South African issue, DSM. It's also not a new thing. So I found this report in my archives from 1992, and it made me realize that DSM is not new. You know, we're not here to research DSM. DSM doesn't need to be researched, unfortunately. It pains me to say that as a researcher, but it doesn't need to be researched. The alternatives that are out there are well known. We know about geysers, and we know about smart meters, and we know about heat pumps, and we know all these things. The challenge, and I don't know if my laser is going to work here, but the challenge is not really on the screen. The challenge is in that evaluation and selection, because that's design. And the challenge is in the implementation down the bottom right-hand side. So I would challenge the audience today as we talk DSM throughout the rest of the day. We're going to see some interesting technology stuff, but again, it pains me to say this as an engineer. It's not so much about the technology. It's about choosing the design, what we want to do with all these Lego blocks that we have, and implementing those Lego blocks in such a way. So DSM is not new. It's been around a very long time. But implementation is quite new, and I don't want to put a time frame on that. Is it 5 years, 10 years, whatever? But not too many countries in the world have got a robust implemented DSM program. And why is that? Well, I'll give you three main reasons that came to mind as I was looking forward to today. The one is that I can recall a time when I was in Eskom, we had a 15% plus reserve margin. So we had 15% additional capacity over and above our supply-demand balance, which today we would all just pray for, right? But when things went wrong, and I almost said when stuff happens, when things go wrong in a system where you've got 15% reserve margin, you've got reserve margin. You can respond to it. Most utilities in the world now are not running at 15% reserve margin. A lot of utilities, in fact, most of them globally, are running very close to the bone. Maybe not load shedding, but running with a 1 to 5% reserve margin. So when you have a failure like this, which is an Australian example at Callide, you lose 2,000 plus megawatts off the system operator has to respond. And DSM is a tool in that toolbox in response. So system failures are not new, but what is new is that the world is running much closer to the bone when it comes to the ability to do things in time to prevent a system blackout. I'm not sure why my headings are not right, but I apologize for that. We all know that DSM is a tool to balance supply and demand, and that's my load shedding schedule if you're interested in it, stage 6 load shedding schedule. And what is changing globally as well in the supply-demand balance? In South Africa, yes, we have a reliability issue in generation. But what's happening globally is you've got geopolitics. Ukraine is implementing load shedding at the moment because of what happens out of the blue. You know, your next door neighbor has some alternative views, and next thing you've got to implement load shedding in your country. I was in Uganda recently where they were reminiscing about the drought they had a few years ago where it didn't rain for a couple of years, and they're a largely hydro-based economy, and they had to implement load shedding because of the weather patterns. So load shedding is not just about generation shortcomings. Load shedding, and therefore the need to implement a DSM program, is happening all over the world, and it's starting to gain more and more significance. And of course there's the variability of demand. So all over the world, again, these things have changed. If you go back prior to 2010, variable supplies like wind and solar were not as prominent as they are now, and they are expected to grow substantially globally. And as you get a variable supply mix in your system, you need the ability to manage that. Now, I know that's old news to you, but this is one of the reasons why DSM is starting to gain more prominence internationally. So it's system events, it's things like drought, and it's things like variability. So DSM implementation is quite new, but the technologies are not that new. This for me was interesting when I again, insights and perspectives. We use this word demand side management very openly, very quickly. But the word sides jumped out at me. On which side is the demand? Whose demand? Is it in Paul's city of Joburg? So we've got a circuit breaker feeding city of Joburg. So we say, we'll do DSM in the city, because there's a line in the sand. Some people draw that line at the customer's metering point, where we say, no, it's beyond the meter, so the meter point in the street. I can tell you if there were Eskom generation colleagues in the room, and I don't see any of them, they would say they don't really care what happens downstream of the power station, because everything outside the power station fence for them is load. It's demand. And they're trying to keep the lights on. So they say, well, if it was up to us, we would just open this circuit breaker at the power station because we want to keep the power station running. But you can't really do that, right? You can't like have generation controlling their circuit breaker, just turning it on and off. But for them, demand side management is everything outside the fence. For the transmission guys, demand side is everything downstream of their circuit breakers. They're saying, distribution, sort it out. We transmission, we're doing a fantastic job. You guys need to sort this out. This is a demand side thing. Whereas the distribution guys are looking at the Munichs and saying, you guys sort it out. You've got all the customers. And if you're a Munich or an Eskom distribution area, you look at the customer and say, no, we'll draw a line at your meter and you sort it out. So where you draw these lines is very important. And the perspective is very important. I would argue that everyone is involved. If you take a system operator view, or if you take a government view, the big picture is what counts, right? Because that's South Africa, not the meter box, or the transmission station, or Kusile. It's about the system. And remember my mom's words, you can design the future. We have to design the system future. And that's the difficult part. Because it's much easier to go up towards generation. It's much easier, trust me, it's much more painful, but it's much easier to implement load shedding at a high voltage. Because you just take a 400 kV breaker and boom, Bloemfontein's gone. And that's easy. The system operator's chuffed. Yay, we lost 100 megawatts. Bloemfontein's not so happy. But it's easy. It's blunt and it's painful and it hurts Bloemfontein because they're off. Everything in Bloem is off. As you go south towards the customer, it gets more sophisticated and more complex, and I would argue more valuable, but it's more difficult because now you're talking about 10 million supply points rather than 5. So companies globally are challenged with this. Where do we draw the lines? Where do we implement demand side management? And what's also coming in, and I added it in myself, was this variable distributed energy resources, because it's not just about load management. It's not just geysers and fridges and kettles, but it's also batteries and solar panels and wind farms. These things are not loads per se, although there's working groups in IEEE trying to define whether storage is a load or a generation. It's quite funny to watch, but these things are things that change the supply-demand balance, and so they enter the equation. So when I'm asked to talk about perspectives and insights, I want you to think about this in today's deliberations, is where do we draw these lines? And I will argue with you that I think we need to discuss this as a country, not as a Munich or as a distribution entity. It's very, very important. Because where you draw the line depends on your design for your DSM program. It's a bit small, you probably will get the slides, but the top line is customer-focused DSM. So you've got millions of customers and you design, we're going to do it at a customer level. The middle one the dark blue is the customers, the light blue is commercial, and the green is industrial. And as you change your design, you either end up with large amounts of energy savings or large amounts of capacity savings. Do you want energy or do you want capacity? At the moment, I think we want both. So what do you design? How do you design it? But the way you design it, where you draw those lines, where you start to apply your DSM will radically change whether you get megawatts, megawatt hours, and the cost thereof, and the value thereof. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we could have a demand-side management system that didn't hurt the economy? It's possible. If we go down to a customer level with smart metering and you get voluntary buy-in and voluntary implementation, you cannot affect hospitals, you cannot affect schools, you cannot affect large industries, but it requires a system effort and a design. I'm starting to sound like a preacher now. Another thing that jumped out of that 1992 report to me was this little, looks like a skyscraper sticking there. This was a diagram that was drawn on that DSM implementation report, and what jumped out for me is that the biggest effort in any DSM program is your customer-facing activities. It's not the technology stuff, it's not the tariff stuff, it's not the design stuff, it's when you start engaging your customers. And your customers can be commercial, industrial, or residential, because that's where the real work starts, because they're going to say no, and they're going to say, what's in it for me? And they're going to say, how are you going to do this? And you're going to have to run TV adverts, etc., etc. We've done all of that before. But that's where the real work is. And it's a lot of work. And if you don't have your stakeholders and your customers on board, that skyscraper climbs tremendously. So that jumped out at me immediately. This also jumped out at me, and again, very, very small. I think the lesson or the perspective, the insight from this diagram is that flexibility is very, very valuable. Flexibility is not only valuable to the system operator. The system operator loves flexibility because when things change, they can respond and keep the frequency at 50 hertz. Flexibility is very, very valuable as a DSM tool. And if you look along the bottom of the x-axis, you've got system operator. They've got various tools in their toolbox that they can use. You've got services from variable sources, wind, solar, batteries, and others. You've got load, the red one, which is mainly why we're here to talk today. You've got flexible generation, OCGTs, etc. in South Africa. Transmission can do things with FACTS, with smart power electronic devices. And then you've got storage. Each one of these is a tool in the system. And so DSM is not just DSM. DSM exists in a sphere of other technologies, and we've got to find an optimal solution to bring all of those together. And companies worldwide are really struggling with what is the sweet spot. And then on the y-axis is cost, because you get a cost-benefit return on certain things that you do. I think you'd all be pleased to see, even the Eskom colleagues in the room, that the costliest thing is that top red block, which is involuntary load shedding. That's the costliest way of implementing a load management system. It's destructive, it's costly, we've got to get rid of it. Down at the bottom of the red section is industrial and commercial demand response. demand response, voluntary demand response, I would put it there. So, those were some insights and some thoughts. Let's just give you 3 quick examples and then I'll sit down and hand over because I think we're running out of time. This is one, and I include these just for maybe follow-up thought process work that people can do afterwards. There's just some interesting international examples that are coming out. The one is Ohm Connect. Now, Ohm Connect is a good example of where you involve the customer. Ohm Connect is a voluntary opt-in type of solution where you voluntarily say, I would like to opt into Ohm Connect. Ohm Connect is a company, and Ohm Connect has even termed a phrase an Ohm hour. An Ohm hour is when, oh, dang, we haven't got enough capacity, right? So you say, there's messages, there's alerts that go out to say we're in an Ohm hour. It's a bit like saying we're in load shedding. And if you've opted into Ohm hour, you can get real monetary returns if you, the customer, reduce your demand to below expected levels. Now, this is not buyback. Buyback is a slightly more dangerous thing. This is saying we know your demand profile, and it's easier at commercial and industrial to implement this. We know the demand profile of this industry, and we saw a real reduction when we sent you an Ohm hour request, and we're going to reward you for that reduction. Theory in South Africa would be you reward them at lower than cost of unserved energy, because that would be adding positive effect to the economy. So this is a customer involvement design. Whether you like the design or not, it's a choice. Remember, you choose your future. Another example is what they're trying in Australia, where they use the market, but specifically the boundary between the TSO and the DSO to resolve this balancing of the system. So they draw a red line pretty much at the transmission substation, and then they have trading desks between the transmission system operator and the distribution system operator, and they have real commercial instruments that flow between the two. They put a price on saving energy. So Wanda, you would be making or losing money every day depending on how you're trading energy with the transmission system operator to keep the lights on. And that's a market instrument. That's where you're sitting there and you're trading energy with your colleagues in the TSO. It's quite difficult to imagine in a vertically integrated company, but not every company in the world has vertically integrated. And as Eskom considers unbundling, this can be a model that you can consider. There's also an interesting word down the bottom right here, which is aggregator. And that's a business opportunity for all South Africans. It's because instead of everyone trading their one electric car or their one rooftop solar PV panel, you get companies globally that are saying, we'll manage 1 million rooftop solar panels in Johannesburg, and we will trade those with the DSO, and the DSO will trade them with the TSO. And you start to see trading of instruments, and these are real cash instruments that go backwards and forwards, and it drives real efficiency in the system. The other one, and this is the last example before I conclude, is called CalFuse, which stands for California Flexible Unified Signal for Energy. They love their acronyms, obviously. Basically what this is you're putting price signals into the market, real-time price signals, and they've got 6 pillars on CalFuse. And you'll have to go and study it because the next slide's a little bit more detailed and I'll skip over it. But number 1 pillar, standardized price access, and this is real-time. Everyone knows what the price is now. Now it could be probably hourly prices, but everyone knows what the price is now, and it's transparent. It's not a state secret. There's real-time energy pricing, and everyone has access. But interestingly, there's also a capacity price, and the capacity price is not fixed. I know there's a big argument in this country about, hey, I don't want to pay, I've got solar on my roof, I don't want to pay $300 a month for capacity. This capacity price changes. As there's a constraint on the network, the capacity price goes up. If that constraint is alleviated, the capacity price goes down. So just as the energy price changes, the capacity price changes in this market approach. Bidirectional prices, I can buy power, I can sell power, I can subscribe in. So I can give forecasts, and I can say I want 10 megawatts a day flat line for the next 10 years, and I buy into that, and I can transact, I can sell or buy my power. But this is a revenue-driven trading approach based on real-time pricing. And that's just the elements there. So let me conclude and then hand over. DSM's not new. So please, guys, we're not going to sit here today and talk about let's research DSM. Let's design and implement DSM. The research is over. And it's needed now more than ever. Where and how you draw the lines matters. Crude versus sophisticated, perspective matters. Do we do it at a customer level? You can even do, when I was in Eskom R&D, we even thought of doing DSM at an appliance level, turning off all the fridges, all the kettles, all the stoves. Or you can turn it off at the fence of generation. Where you draw those lines, it matters. It can be market-driven or centralized. The acceptance value is much higher if the market, i.e. the customers, are involved and benefit. But you can centralize it. Load shedding, I would argue, is a centralized approach to DSM. It's like, poof, big brother. And that's why people hate it, right? It's like, I've got no control over this thing. If you can start to control your DSM, you feel a little bit more empowered. The ability for a grid to be flexible is a real business, money business. Sell, buy, flexible, it's a real business. It's not a technology, it's a business strategy. It's a plan, it's an implementation. And a myth, one that I just wanted to chuck in, is that DSM doesn't just benefit those that participate. You know, there's this thing that, well, if I get into DSM, then, you know, it's only the rich companies will benefit, not the poor people. Well, guys, if you take a system approach to South Africa, if we fix South Africa's demand-supply balance, everyone benefits. DSM benefits everyone, not just those who participate in a particular instrument. And there are multiple examples globally, and part of the reason I'm here today and work with all of you quite closely is that we need to learn from each other and need to learn from others. So thank you very much, and I'll chat to you.
Right. Thank you very much, Carol and Barry, and thank you for the organizers, for ESCOM, for the invitation to come here to talk and to learn about the South African experience. We always learn from discussing and from examples of how things can be done in different ways, and also all the learnings that you have done here with your power system. My name is Martin Salomon. I work in the Danish Energy Agency in the retail department. I look at how does the retail market work, and one of the things that's really coming like a freight train into the retail market in Denmark is flexibility. Because we do have a competitive market and meters and everything, we do use implicit flexibility. So it's really expensive to charge your car in the evening. So you become flexible. You move the charging to the night, or your washing and stuff like this. But as I think we could learn from Barry's talk, the systems work more or less the same. There's a lot of differences in how the markets are set up, how much market is there, how are they set up, but the challenges are more or less the same across the world. How do we get the system to evolve in a way that introduces much more renewable and at the same time are balanced and are also priced in a way that ordinary people can use electricity? And that's really where I will start, and that is this is some of the essentials for demand side management. I'd say that I'm being a bit broad here, but the first thing is involving the consumer, securing the aggregator. Barry mentioned the term, I'll get to it. Setting up the regulations, running the process, and the last point, keeping a steadfast policy, working within a government agency. All these things become very clear as necessities to make the system evolve in a stable manner to the benefit of the customer. So we are all in this for the consumer, for the people of the country. We want the system to serve the people in Denmark, in Europe, why, and we have a lot of experts here on the network, how can we say that each little consumer with his, and I'd say even small enterprises, 10, 20, 50 people, how can their behavior have any impact on the system? And about dams, smaller dams that also have a pretty good capacity, that are only allowed to put a certain amount into the network. So there is already, and there's coming more and more potential distributor or a supplier in the future of this country also, when you have divested and created a supplier, the distributor can have an aggregator function, and as we have in Denmark and in many European countries, because of the common energy policy, we have aggregators who has here three things: how can you save energy, and how can you use it more when you use energy. These are people who are not quick planners or people with the kind of background that is. They are people who are business oriented with a knowledge of the sector, of how to use energy. They have an interest in aggregating the demand. Every little piece of the thinking that demand has thought. This flexibility on board, and the way to do it. The thinking that your demand has an effect on the system, that you can, through doing something with your demand, actually help the system, is a new thought. And this flexibility on board. And the way to do it is to make sure that there is an interest, that people can see that they get paid. And but the way I read, or what I hear about smart meters here, is that they are primarily a way from a central approach to steer the demand, empowering to be able to do it yourself. And I think that will probably also be the future here, once you get it more rolled out, and you can use the pricing system to get people incentivized. By Carolyn, and also alluded to by Barry, if there is a lot of excess capacity in the network, you're looking at maybe 40% of the. We work on setting the regulations, and it's really important to make sure when you, in this sense, create a services aggregation and of demand side flexibility, that it's never safe to invest, but somebody, or whether you have influence, or whether you are whether somebody can come and claim your business, or all participants with regulations that set a framework for getting aggregators to draw out flexibility. Choosing the design. It's really important that you find the right design for the specific setup that you have in South Africa. There are lots of experiences worldwide. We think the European example has been pretty about it. Carolyn mentioned collaboration. She mentioned the flexibility needs to contribute and also be rewarded for contributing. This is also one of the key ways that the EU getting the regulation right to involve all levels. And it's always difficult to know exactly where do you set the boundaries, but it's better to invite you learn as a person who's working with people who have been writing laws for a long time. There's a discussion, there's an idea paper being discussed, distributed. We'll have setups where the interested parties get together. I've myself worked 13 years in the Danish Consumer Council, which is a civil society organization representing consumers in. As a consumer representative, you cannot know everything, but you can look out for the consumer interest. You can come with input, sometimes right, sometimes wrong, but once you have the chance to input, you get, as a lawmaker or as a especially when you are planning to do changes which will really affect people, so they understand it and they can become ambassadors for the change that you
Ladies and gentlemen, just want to make sure everyone takes their seats. You were very, very naughty. What time did I say? 22. What time are we on? Okay, just saying. I mean, I'm not saying anything else other than pointing out the time. The rest is up to you. Okay, let's get everybody in. I see there's some people outside that are still maybe finishing their tea. I know the lines were long. Was it a good tea? Could we recommend Avianto again? I've got a couple of nods in the front, so I think we're okay. Let me just check. Team, can we kick off, or shall we just wait another minute or two? Just give me a signal. Kick off or wait another minute or two? All right, we're going to kick straight off. All right. So there was a lot of content that we had in the first session. I think there are some nice gems that we can take out for our conversations going forward. So that kind of gives you a sense of what the international picture is looking like. Now let's take a look at what's happening here at home. And I want to introduce to you our next speaker, who's Devin Pillay, who's the Group CEO of LTM Energy. And he's going to present a case study on embracing smart DSM contracting models and innovation. So Devin, I would love you to give Devin a warm welcome. Devin, thanks for being with us today. And before we get you to present, I read somewhere that your mom was a big inspiration to you. And LTM stands for, does it really stand for Leadership Through Mother?
Through motherhood.
Through mother?
Wit.
Mother wit. I thought that was really interesting and fascinating. So I hope there's going to be a lot of feminine energy in your presentation today. Thanks, Devin. It's over to you.
Thank you. As Barry said, let's just relax a bit, right? I mean, we can't have this tension if you want to have solutions. And I see some familiar faces, but this is my trigger of when I can complete. MC, if you can pass this. The question I have when I pass this around, without asking anyone, tell me if you do know what this is. I had about 10,000 of these, which we distributed as a company. It cost about $10, and there's power in simplicity. Okay? So just pass it around, and
Bitcoin, is it?
It is not Bitcoin. And then when you receive it, I should complete my presentation. I think, firstly, we're here as a team. South Africa incorporated first. I think when we presented, and I voiced my thoughts with the minister and Silas, you here, on last week Monday, hosted by Nedbank, and the new Minister of Electricity taking on his role, and I talked about coordination, much more coordination involved in pulling these energy experts. I'm talking about, it seems like in the industry, there are a lot of energy experts that mushroomed suddenly, right? Some that are moving forward and some that are taking you backwards. So let's embrace the positive energy and make sure we can coordinate our efforts together instead of working in isolation. So what I want here to share, as the president of the ESCO Association, and which is affiliated to SABC, South African Energy Efficiency Confederation, we turned 21. On the 21st of July, we're having an intervention, which I welcome because it goes into a deeper dive on case studies, all right? So let's go, without further ado, let's just go on to the next slide, please, so that we can, oh, that's me, okay. All right, so adaptation, I think, as I mentioned, coordination, we spoke about that. From an evolution perspective, we really need a revolution in a short term. If we're talking about 6 months and collecting our efforts, we've seen technology move, and it's self-explanatory. I mean, microprocessors right now used to be in order of milliseconds a decade ago, and now it's an order of 10,000 of a second. It's crazy. What is phenomenal how technology has changed. But I think here, I don't have a pointer. From the teamwork without coordinated leads to confusion, and how we pull together is very important. I've been to the FMCG sector recently. We presented. They had a voice. EIUG has a voice. Chamber of Mines has a voice. But how do we collectively harness this power in us to have a common voice to make sure we can deliver the goods? That's very, very important. We've seen a focus, heavy focus, when the president announced this, right, some time back, heavy focus on supply side. If we're talking in the short term, we've got to embrace demand side solutions, because that's going to create the breathing space. And as it indicates on the bottom, improving the energy availability factor. There's only a few levers to do it. And power stations need breathing space because you're going to have more outage, maintenance, because that's what you need at the moment. But if you have prolonged outages, it's going to worsen load shedding. Okay? So there's no quick time for that. Yes, there's operational efficiencies, understood, of power station, but quick renewable energy to come on board. Now you see the rebates that's happening, which is great because it improves the business case, whether it's residential. I am so glad the announcement of DSM and DR incentives, because that's going to see, if you look at some of the case studies I share, it's going to tremendously improve the business case, which will lead to scale. And I think that is very, very important how we take. And DSM and DR, Barry, you mentioned, you picked up some slides. Sure, some years back. It's nothing new. We heard from our Danish colleagues, nothing new. So why is it not implemented? And I'll show you the business case now, okay? I think this slide, you must know. I steal it from Eskom. In the intensity of load shedding, those dotted lines, how much of load shedding has been utilized? And then you'll see in the next slide, does it make sense? What are the levers that we can pull on apart from just using load shedding? Okay? Now, on the left-hand side, yes, left-hand side, okay, you see the architecture of a typical corporate out there, right? And if you look on it, the pillar on the bottom left, you'll see that they have a residential, they have employees, right? And they have clients. There's two sectors I want to focus on, which is telcos and banks. I had the privilege of taking Eskom with me to the major banks and to the major telcos. The response, this was before the announcement of DSM and DR, was phenomenal in what they want to support this program. And you may understand what's in it for you. And I come again. Typical question. Barry asks, what's in it for the client? Because they want to know, because otherwise they're not going to give in. The trick is, the power, is how you can convert that client. And that is so, so important. And the response was phenomenal without the rebates, by the way. Okay? So we'll talk about that. Then in the middle section, talking about energy efficiency, it's like finding Nemo. Finding the missing 6,000 to 8,000 megawatts, right? And that's very, very important in that train of thought, which levers are we going to pull in? And hopefully in the session here, and then leading on to the afternoon session, we can look at some of the levers that can contribute immensely to this missing megawatts. Because you either add on capacity, or you remove. It's easier to remove. And energy efficiency, the cheapest and greenest form of renewable energy is energy efficiency and energy conservation, right? Now, on the right-hand side, you see the business case, which is self-explanatory. In this business case, if you look at the bottom, we talk about cost of unserved energy. But if you're looking at the bottom, DSM measures at 2 Rand per kilowatt hour. This is factual. My DSM colleagues, the fact that I was in Eskom, is it now what? Is it 3 Rand? Okay, 3 Rand. Sorry, I was outdated, since I was in DSM when I was 2 decades ago. but significantly lower than OCGTs. Okay? Significantly lower than load shedding, the macroeconomic impact. So the numbers that I quoted there, 560 billion in 2022, was based on a CSIR study done. So it depends who you ask and who, but the important message here, it is a scary situation what the economic impact is. It is a fact. You don't want load shedding. And neither do you want to use OCGTs like it's being used at the moment. All right? So the business case is self-explanatory when we look at measures that can support this. And if you look at it, 85 Rand per kilowatt hour. Okay? Now let's look at the case studies. I'm only starting now, MC. I hope that is going around. And you're going to answer me what that is, right? Ah, okay. Thank you. All right, so typical journey that we take our corporates with, from a current state to a future state, all right? It's a journey to excellence. We put a sustainability framework, and this is very important. What do? We start with the evidence and facts, data. Data is so important, okay? Then you look in your optimization, and we'll go into the real case studies that we will talk about. From just planning the journey, setting the science-based target, you know that ESG drivers, okay? A lot of corporates out there, not looking at 20, 50 years ago, they want to advance it, especially the listed companies, okay? You see goal statements to be carbon neutral by a certain date like 2030 or 2040 to be net zero, which is very onerous targets. Some customers out there want to be 100% renewable energy by 2025. The question is, how do you do it? And the framework, and as I say, I'm not going to go into the details, taking through the journey in the bottom. Plan the journey, set the science-based targets, look at the various initiatives, which we'll touch on, cost and plot the initiatives, and manage this journey. And every year there's a CapEx and OpEx project. Now, the focus area outside the box. So there's so much you can do within the facility. You can see I'll show a case study in the bottom left on F&B, right? It's a typical bank, which I'm going to highlight. And then you'll see on bringing all this various technologies together, how IoT plays a role, okay? And then there's so much you can do within the facility. The first measure is to exhaust what you can do within the facility. Conservation, efficiency, and renewable energy before you look at the outside and look at IPP and import the green energy, okay? And IoT plays a pivotal role in bringing that integration together. A lot of efficiency is drawn there. And then, of course, the announcement on DR and DSM. Typically, you'll see a residential case study presented in the afternoon. And a question that I would like to ask you, or maybe by show of hands, who doesn't own a bank account or a cell phone in this room? There's your answer. A channel to market, telcos and banks, would be a channel to market to go for scale, speed, and significance, which is high impact. How do you get these guys on board? And that's the deep dive we'll talk about later on in the afternoon, okay? That's very important because you want to move with scale. It's about implementation. Yes, the engineering that was discussed earlier, the technology is out there. It's about quick implementation. And that's very important, okay? And then, of course, how can you have a double whammy? Addressing energy security and decarbonization, the integration of these technologies, be it efficiency, right? On the right is decarbonization, on the left is energy security. How do you bring it together? And that's a framework we set to clients out there. Bring it together to have the double whammy impact, the maximized impact to address both, okay? And the first stage, data is all over the place. How do you find this? And this is the biggest challenge with customers. Access to data and to have a meaningful baseline, because if you want to look at the measurements and verification and you want to access that rebate, first and foremost is to get the data to establish a baseline. And a lot of customers are having this challenge at the moment, okay? How do you find the needle in the haystack? So it's data everywhere. So we spoke about smart metering. But now you talk about sensors, IoT devices that are out there. On the right-hand side, there's that what you can stick on a DB board. DB board, right? Just single, without getting into the geyser, you got 2 control functionalities, 6 monitoring functionalities. You can switch off your geyser, switch off your pool pump, or whatever essential devices, or non-essential device. So it's up to you. There's technology easily available to do that, and then to have the monitoring function to know that. But the trick here is, this is very interesting. Do you know who's the biggest distributor of iPads in the country? Anybody? The biggest distributor of iPads. I got shocked. Anybody want to take a guess? No? Sorry? Macro. F&B. The diversification strategy used by telcos and banks there, and remember what I asked you about major access, right? Now, if they can do that, what's happening? The diversification strategy, what's in for the customer by making sure they want access to data? They're hungry for data. What is the client using and what part of the time is so important? Do you know why? Because they're diversifying. You're getting telcos opening banks. Think about it. But use it to our advantage for the crisis situation and play a good game, guys. Let's collectively work together and look at it. I'll go a little bit in a deep dive later on this afternoon. Okay? Access Carbon, this is a telco, 7 years. They want to go carbon neutral. Live data. So what we have there, the red line, energy conservation, the first. Then we move into energy efficiency, and of course, there's so much you can do and plateau out. Then you can see the green. It's ramping up renewable energy. Now then, of course, where it meets, it's carbon neutral. What are the levers? Of course, energy conservation first, then energy efficiency, as I explained, and moving into renewable energy. Okay? And then you map out the CapEx and OpEx projects each year to that journey. Here's another one. Okay, major bank. You can guess where it is. Over 35% energy efficiency savings, right? In this one facility. Over 2,000 kilowatts of carport PV, 0 to landfill. We took organic waste, canteens, and turned it into compost. And over 25% of water savings. The M plus N plus O plus P will become clear into the next slide, okay? This is doable. Let's share some case studies that we can replicate. I mean, like for the mining industry, for example, the air cons, or you suck the extractor fans. And by just changing it, less than a year payback period because they're efficient fans compared to the existing ones. Now with the top-up of the ESCOM rebate, the DSM and DR, wow. Okay? Here's the M plus N plus O. We talk about there are ESCOs out there that can look at a value proposition, a no-brainer value proposition. It's 0 CapEx, right, and 0 OpEx. You can have a compelling value proposition to take to market. And as the president of the ESCO Association, we cherish that on the 21st of July. We're going to have deeper dives how you can use the ESCOM rebates to make this a uniqueness in your value proposition to take to market, right? And the M for megawatts, clean energy, N for efficiency, and the optimization, and bringing together, it's a phenomenal return. Okay? MC, I've got if you can give me a few minutes extra just to take you through the model, and then I would conclude. The shared savings model is best practice. But what we've done is what we call energy optimization agreement. Instead of power purchasing agreement and energy performance contracting, you bring the efficiencies optimization together with the power purchase agreement, and you can bring it as one. And becomes a no-brainer solution. You can have lighting, for example. I mean, a PPA usually typically 20 years, right? Okay? And you can sell green energy, let's assuming it is the current electricity tariffs is 2 Rand per kilowatt hour, and you're selling it at less than 1 Rand per kilowatt hour. No brainer. Then you have lighting. Lighting only lasts 5 years. But if you replace it 4 times, that's 20 years. You can marry that. That's what the bottom right shows you, how you can roll it out to call it one agreement and bring these two parts together from a scalability perspective. Now top it up with the rebate, no brainer. All we want is to learn from industry what are the success stories to scale up and move with speed. I'm tackling the commercial sector and a little bit of the industrial, and later in the afternoon is residential. The trick here is scale, speed, and significance to make an impact. Okay, selling power as a service or lighting as a service, it's in keeping with the shared savings model. Okay? So it's very, very important to see some are self-funded, where clients do have the money. Never dare ask the bank, can I offer you a power purchase agreement? Don't do that, right? You get sworn at. But it's good, though. It may help them to fast-track the decision. That's exactly what happened to us, by the way. Or, if it's ESCO-funded, as I mentioned, in different models, a shared savings power purchase agreement and putting that together. This is live case studies, which we're going to have a deeper dive when we meet on the 21st of July. Okay? Okay, then you have the mass rollout. If you do lighting, you've seen this. General Electric did lighting in a mass rollout. Low-hanging fruit, right? They did optimization. For every degree increase in temperature in data centers, we've seen data centers at 14 degrees, by the way. 14 degrees. Increase it to 21 because you get the OEMs and suppliers, no brainer. What technology you need? Policy decision, done. Every degree, it's at almost 5 to 10% saving on the HVAC load, HVAC optimization. Those are low-hanging fruit that we can get together, guys. And we can work together bringing those success stories in the forefront. That's what we need as South African Incorporated. That's what we need, because I can tell you something, instead of, going the backwards, let's just work together and sharing those success stories. Lots of you have that. And how we can go for a mass rollout versus total building optimization, building by building. And you've seen that, which I shared with you. Okay, I think enough said. We know that. You can see that we must be cognizant of what we do when you use renewable energy as well. Okay, embracing innovation. Let's leave this. We have the quick hits right now. Conduit hydro, quad generation. Renewable energy. Some are generating at less than 50 cents per kilowatt hour, where you put turbines in pipes. If you want to know more about it, let's discuss it during the break. There are some clever technologies out there and what you use. Okay? Now we're talking about fuel cells and a whole host of other items. But I think what's important, and you can see in the bottom left, is solar thermal, which is rollout of this. You want more to know more details about it? Please, we've got business cases for each one. It just, without any incentive, it just makes perfect sense. With these incentives that's available, it's going to scale. Okay? And I think, this is very, very important. It's not only about technology, it's about us coming together and making it happen and making it realize, right? And that's very, in a coordinated way, that is so, so important. And if we can do it, I believe, I have utmost faith that we can overcome this challenge, but it means that we have to clap hands together. That's so important. Okay, that's it from me. Where is my little jiffy? Thank you. So, who would like to give a try? What is that? Anybody? Yes, absolutely. Now this is a low flow regulator, right? Simple thing. And I went around in many forums, right? And you put it into the faucet, whether you shower head or in your tap. Use less hot water if you're putting the hot water on, right? $10 if you're doing mass scale. What are we doing, guys? There's so many things that are simple. I'll show you how in details, how I'll teach you how to put it in the tap. But this, there are so many low-hanging fruit that we can work together. And people don't know. What does it mean? Education and awareness is so important. And I've been to the best. I'm talking about engineers who don't know about this. So let's work together and focus on education and awareness. Thank you, MC.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Devin. I'm so glad that the CEO of the Minerals Council of South Africa knew what that was. I would have been worried otherwise. Devin, that was really great. And again, there's so many beautiful nuggets to pull out of what you said, together with what our earlier panel had said about opportunities. For me, the IoT thing is a big one. I know that I get my load shedding schedule from where? ESP, and thank you for using the acronym. But I didn't know until recently that there is an Eskom app. Did you know, Monday? There's a My Eskom app. It's been in existence for how many years? Everyone who works in the space? Nobody knows because nobody's heard of it. 4 years. It's got a very sad rating of 1.2. So it's interesting for me about who's managing the message. And often as a consumer, and I can speak as a consumer because I am one, I'm the last to know, or as a journalist, if I'm putting that hat on and I'm working in the space, there's a very almost antagonistic relationship. Give us the answer. What is going on? But if we begin to include that primary stakeholder, which is your client, a tremendous amount of that battle is won. A lot of those toxins are neutralized because they're along with the journey, they understand what's happening. And I promise you, if people just have the right information, they're able to manage their own expectations, but they manage the relationship with the service provider differently. And I'm hoping that in this DSM, that's going to be a pivotal part of how we conduct the conversation going forward. So let's, on that note, and where's Devin? Are we all getting, does everyone get a, what is it called? A regulator, what is that thing called? A flow regulator along with an instruction sheet. I think but we should all get one for free. Devin, I'm just negotiating on behalf of the client here. All right, so let's move on to our first panel. And I don't want to, look, I wrote a whole introduction. I really don't think it's necessary. But the point is we are, by all accounts, the most industrialized nation on the continent. We know that we had our first kind of nightmare moment. We're all traumatized around it from the 2008 experience, which was really, you know, about our depleted electricity reserve margins. Then we had this massive load shedding, and we begin to understand the concept of the rationing of electricity. So this demand side management conversation piece has been around. Barry talked about it, and I was quite surprised to hear it. 30 years ago, that concept was already in the space, but we haven't really embraced it, you know, consciously now and more actively, and I hope that that's going to change after our meeting today. So let's look at what we have in our purview and how we can mitigate South Africa's electricity provision challenges. So I'm going to welcome our panel, Fanele Mondi, who's the CEO of the Energy Intensive Users Group, Monde Bala, who you heard from already today, Group Executive for Eskom Distribution, James Mackay, the CEO of the Energy Council South Africa, Philippa Rodset, who is the Executive Director of the Manufacturing Circle, and Roger Baxter, who is the CEO of the Minerals Council of South Africa. So let's have you all join me on stage, please, and give them a warm welcome.
Thanks. So we sit in any order?
You can sit anywhere.
Okay.
Put you in the middle there. Oh, very good.
So I'm going to do my best to manage the time, because remember, your going away time is affected by the time we spend here. So it's up to you. It's all in your hands. Kenako, as they said during the World Cup. So we're at 11:30. We'll try and bring it in just before 12:30. So let's keep it really sort of bouncy. I always like to say, let's think of microwaving the popcorn. We're just going to keep it popping. So let's maybe just start. Roger, you have eaten popcorn before. Let's start with maybe just from your perspective, just a view on the threats and opportunities when it comes to this concept of demand-side management, because then it'll give us all a sense of what's happening in your space, and then we'll kick off with some very pointed questions from there. You're welcome to go. Go ahead.
Iman? Yes, hi. Good morning, everyone, and apologies for the on and off being here, maybe not being here, etc. I only flew in last night, so managed to make it. The jet lag is still not to reflect. But Iman, I think, let me just start off by saying this. We've got a major problem. The problem is that the electrons of the economy are not flowing to the extent that they should. We call it the heartbeat of the economy. Eskom is the heartbeat. We also say that Transnet is the vascular system, to get the blood to flow through the economy. And so the body of the economy is in the intensive care unit. Now, what do we need to do? We need to get a private sector defibrillator to restart the heartbeat, which is what we're doing, working very closely with Eskom through the Energy Council and through our various associations. But we also need to, using the typical medical parlance, is we need to slow down the heart rate by lowering the temperature so that we can do the open heart surgery that we need to get things stabilized. And that's effectively what DSM is. So using the medical terminology, we need basically to lower the temperature. Everyone knows here that when you lower the temperature, not to 14 degrees, but to down to about 2 or 3 degrees, the body's heartbeat slows right down almost to a total stop. But you do that to allow the body to recover as you go through the open heart surgery, which I kind of think is going on at the moment. So on the DSM side, there are lots of opportunities. Industry has had huge amount of experience with DSM measures already, working very closely with Eskom. In the mining space, we estimate that we have saved over the last 10 years probably something of the order of between 750 megs and a gig of energy through putting in place variable speed drive motors, which are much more controllable, much more energy efficient. I wonder how many pool owners out there know that there's such a thing as a DSM drive pump, which basically reduces your energy consumption by about 70% to look after a normal pool. How many pools are there in South Africa? Just a quick example. So I think, in industry, lots of experience on how to do things, and I think what's happened is we need to do a couple of things here on the DSM side. We need to make sure that we escalate the tax incentives. When I talk about tax incentives, I'm kind of like talking about a typical Section 37E income tax write-off allowance, which Treasury gives to major industrial customers to basically change equipment into energy-efficient equipment. So it's not just Eskom using the DSM program, which is, there's a bit of variable speed drive motors, lighting systems, improving pumping, cooling, storage efficiencies, but it's also some kit needs to be changed to make it a lot more efficient. So in the smelting industry, for example, some of the smelters need to be adapted to the most latest technologies, and sometimes that requires significant capital, and it's quite difficult for companies to make the decision on pressing the button on a big capital program if they don't have just that little extra bit from a tax incentive perspective that really helps tip them over the edge. So I've got my messages would be very simple. The industry has a lot of experience in DSM working with Eskom. The fact that we have a target now on the Eskom side of 750 megs thereabouts on the DSM program, we think that should be 5 gigs, and it should be funded through, again, escalating the amount of tax incentives that are available to achieve that. And I just want to make this comment that when we look at these issues, and I think the previous speaker's example was absolutely spot on. You want that flow regulator at a household level and at a business level. to enable us to manage things just a lot more smartly. We've got the technology, we've got the capability, but we often sit and talk about the issues, and I guess that's one of my huge frustrations. We do a lot of talking, we don't do a lot of real implementation, and this is where business can play the critical role in unlocking the implementation side, but we are doing that in partnership with government. So just a quick starter to get the conversation going.
Thank you so much for that. James, over to you. Again, just give us a sense of what, the whole concept of demand-side management is looking like for your sector specifically. And I want to just quickly touch on something, hopefully we get back. IoT is a big thing. So many opportunities, pretty much all of our speakers were talking about. I think we need to deep dive a little bit more into that at what's immediately available for South Africans or the immediate opportunities for Eskom itself.
Thank you. Yeah, good coming through. So I won't be as graphic as Roger with the open heart surgery. And maybe also if I just kind of start with a little perspective. So the Energy Council is a relatively new organization. So we've been set up really by a business, and that's both public and private sector business in collaboration with government, really to focus on the national vision and roadmap of the energy transition. This is going to be a 20, 30-year roadmap. It's going to be difficult, challenging, expensive. But we know that the end game is net zero. We have to get there. And I think the two key legs that internationally the battle with is this sort of balance of energy security and energy sustainability. And I think also the messages and the lessons learned out of international is that in the short term, energy security trumps. So, and we have certainly lost control and track of energy security, and so that has got to be our primary focus, and urgently we've got to get that back on track so that we can conduct a good open heart surgery as described by Dr. Roger. But the other thing that we have to keep track of is that actually sustainability is the long-term road to security. So we do have this sort of long-term mix that we've got to come back to as we think about energy security. So I think I'd like to then, on that basis, as we drop down, really, and Devon, great presentation, and again, messages from international experience. We know what needs to be done. I think also from a broader sort of country perspective, I have yet to come across anyone who says that the Presidential Energy Action Plan is wrong, or that the NECOM workstream structures are wrong, or that they've identified the wrong things. We've got 10 work streams set up. I think we've now got 10 pulling out grid to give it specific focus because of the priority of grid. So we have structure. We know what needs to be done. I also believe that we have the capability to respond. And a very kind of quick example is if we just look at the lifting of the famous regulatory cap on RE. The 12 months prior to that lifting, there was 106 megawatts registered with NERSA, so projects going into development. In the 12 months post that, 4.1 gigawatts, and in the 1 quarter, 2.4 gigawatts. So I think that what I see, and certainly from our members as well, the banks say we can mobilize the finances. We see a lot of organizations who are able to respond very rapidly. We see pockets of excellence and skills being able to do what needs to be done. And certainly what we do also, what's the problem? And that I think we've got to get the framework solutions, which we talk about very eloquently, kind of drop down a level now into implementation solutions. So we've got the frameworks. We know what needs to be done. I think we've created great focus. In the recent sort of weeks and months, there's been a huge effort and focus from business to collaborate and create unity. That has been agreed and is well supported, and that's structured right from business leadership, business unity, Business for South Africa, the Energy Council, and a number of different organizations. And then very good sort of collaborative engagements, both with Eskom as well as government through NECOM and with the minister. So, we've got the vehicle, we've got a lot of plans. What we now have got to do is, how do we convert that at the implementation level? What are we going to do next? What are we going to do tomorrow? And really, I think what we've said is that work streams 1 and 5, which is the performance recovery on EAF at the power station level and the demand side response, this is where we are going to have to very urgently stabilize, sort out the patient, because we've got a tough winter ahead. Everyone understands that. But we also do need to change the communication and the narrative in this country that, it's not just an unknown and it's not just, kind of doom and gloom. That there is structure, there is constructive narrative, there are skills, there are capabilities, people are being mobilized. And we're actually starting to move in the right direction. So I think we've also got to balance the communication with the action plan. But I think certainly from Energy Council, we're really trying to put a lot of focus into sort of immediately putting teams and boots on the ground. And there's an immense commitment from business to really mobilize and do this at a national level. You know, it's not a them and an us at all. I think we've moved through that. And we really are trying to focus on joint action plans. Thanks.
James, thank you very much for that. It also ties in a little bit with what Paul was sharing in the beginning around how you manage variability and where some of the pressure is not evenly spread across the country, certain provinces, and how would you manage that and kind of balance it across the rest of the system. Again, it goes back to connecting technologies, and if there has to be time, we'll make time to talk about some of these quick wins that you talk about from an implementation perspective so we understand exactly what we're looking at. Fanele.
Thank you, Iman. Good morning, by my colleague here, James, in terms of the Energy Action Plan. Our view is that that plan is really premised on improving maintenance, or EAF. The second one is about additional capacity, which is quite important, both from a public procurement point of view as well as from a private sector point of view. The third one is really DSM, to say how do we improve the way we use energy. And the fourth one is how do we enable these supply options, especially from a grid perspective. So I think those are the fundamentals. But when you look at each one of them, you have to look at it from a cost point of view as well as from a speed point of view. By all means, DSM is still the cheapest and the fastest. And we are right in the middle of a crunch right now. Instead of us pointing fingers all over, the beauty about DSM is that each one of us can play a little bit, I think we've seen here a little, toy, which every household can afford, The same, it happens from an industry point of view to say what is it that we can do in the short term. So when we look at DSM, there are, I think, in my view, probably 3 or 4 critical things. One is the DSM and energy efficiency, which really looks at achieving the same objectives with less energy. It is more sustainable, it is more medium to long term by nature. However, the nature of our crisis right now is that we also need to go far and beyond that to look at demand response issues, which by nature are not necessarily long term. You respond to what is happening to the grid at a particular time. We believe that there is already demand response options, which ESCOM has. We still feel that those needs to be enhanced, be it through incentivizing in the form of a rate, which can be improved to attract more participants, or by creating some kind of exemptions at certain levels of power interruptions for those who are participating. So we think that it is a quick win and is most probably not going to cost us much. The DSM and the energy incentives, though, efficiency options are quite expensive. I think Roger touched on it, is that they must make a viable business case. You cannot simply say that, okay, I am going to reduce this if it is going to destroy the business. So the issue of incentives, I think the speakers we had earlier on, especially from the international experience, they emphasize the importance of incentivizing these schemes. The third one is really one which is sometimes seen as controversial. It's the issue of saying, are we prepared to pay people to shut down, which is basically a power buyback scheme. There are complexities certainly around the legal compliance, around competition issues, as well as abuse, but can't we create something that can work for us? Because, for instance, we understand, we haven't seen the winter plan, but we understand going to this winter is going to be extremely tough. Is it possible that we could ask people or companies who have got, say, marginal operations which are struggling to say that for this winter period, can you shut it down? And then this is the way we'll balance, In my view, it will still work out much cheaper than adding, additional power, which we know that is going to take longer. The last element is really around behavior. And the enabler of those behavior is really communication. I think at a normal household level, I think the level and the frequency of load shedding has made us numb. You know, there was a time where it says it's 5 o'clock, please switch off all geysers, and people really do switch. But now people, I think they feel the sense that I'm gonna be load shed anyway. You know, so people, they just carry on because they do not fully understand the implications, you know, of what then it does. So the issue of communication is a great enabler in terms of that. But from an industrial scale point of view, our view is that, for instance, if, let's say, during this winter, we know which is the most pressing period, you know, where there might be a depth of load shedding or load curtailment that could be catastrophic, so to say, is to say, are there any companies who are willing to move? It could be their own planned outages, which could have been planned for July, August, to say, let's bring that outage earlier, you know, so that we can mitigate the crunch at that particular time. And you still proceed to do your work when the power is slightly better. That can be done probably with or without incentives, depending on what's happening. But the issue which becomes important is the time, because to do such planning, you need to then prepare accordingly in terms of ordering spares where it's applicable and all your resources in a line. So the issue of quick communication becomes a huge enabler in terms of managing, you know, this situation. I will leave it at that at the moment.
Thank you. And you said so much that was so rich that we have to circle back on. But one of the key points is around consistency. People will buy into something that is predictable, that is planned, and where they have a sense of how they can plan their lives. But when it's erratic, there's, you know, a lack of communication, of credible information, that's when, you know, you kind of lose that opportunity to build that trust. And again, these are big themes. We'll circle back to them. Philippa.
Thanks, Iman. The manufacturing circle is focusing on the how. We know the situation and we know the challenges, so we are focusing on what needs to be done. To this end, we've been applying what I'd like to describe a bottom-up process to get visibility at a detailed level as to where potential solutions can be piloted and implemented at scale. So to that end, we have spoken to 10 of our member companies that include the likes of SAPI, RDOG, Packaging, Glass South Africa, previously Consul, CAP Industrial Holdings that represents PG Bison, Restonic, and Safripol, as well as companies in the metals and engineering value chain, including Actim Group, Columbus Stainless, Max Steel, to get an understanding of the manufacturing ecosystem and where the solutions or the various solutions could lie. So just and as an example of that, we got indication from those few companies that we've spoken to that we've got that they operate 125 factories amongst them across all 9 provinces. We know where the factories are, we know the provinces in which they are, and we also know the municipalities in which they're operating. And also what is quite interesting is of those, the majority are supplied by the municipality and not directly by Eskom. It's been evidenced that most of those companies are already implementing demand-side management measures and solutions. So that includes, first and foremost, metering and monitoring, what it is that you use, implementing energy management efficiency solutions. And also where I do see an area of opportunity is that from and I like the suggestions on your side, Roger, as to where some of your companies have been working on the efficiency measure operations, because there's things that can be done in terms of industrial energy efficiency, pump operations, motor specs, HVAC, and the National Cleaner Production Centre South Africa that the Manufacturing Circle aligns closely with offers many of those programs that many of our member companies have already done. So there's that. So from the how, from a demand side management perspective, working from a bottom-up perspective, and also seeing where we can align and collaborate. Energy intensive user group, we've got many overlapping companies, so there's a lot of learnings there. Manufacturing Circle also is very aligned with CIFSA as far as energy management is concerned. That's the Steels and Engineering Industry Federations. So that, and the analogy I'm going to use, because I like analogies as well, Roger, is we're actually in a crisis situation, and this is kind of war and deployment. So how do we deploy solutions efficiently and effectively? So by aligning on what we can learn from who needs to do what, there's quite a lot that can be done. If I can make one more point, if that's okay. The other thing that we're also mindful of, so I've used an analogy, I'd also like to talk to a concept, and that is about the ecosystem in which we are functioning. Demand side management is incredibly important, and it's one side of the coin. Simply put, we don't have enough power to generate or to supply our needs. The manufacturing sector employs just under 1.8 million people in this country. We've got a very broad reach and contributes just under 11% to the GDP. So as far as, and to that end, we are the engine of growth for the economy. So while we are looking at our demand side management, which yes, are the quick wins, what is it that we're going to do in parallel to assess how we sustain and grow our manufacturing sector? And there we're looking at solutions as well, and how does it all connect together? We know Eskom needs to build 12,000 kilometers of transmission line. We know that as industry in South Africa, we are competitive in certain areas in that regard. Transformers, pylons, conductors, balance of plant. So we need to look at the flip side, and also all of this renewable energy that is being procured, and I know there's a lot of procurement taking place by our large energy users and our mining companies. How do we connect those dots to make sure and interface that that renewable energy build that's coming online and is being procured both by the state and the private sector can connect into the grid where it needs to, so that we can get those electrons from those points to where they are needed. So I think in closing for my comments, as a manufacturing circle, together with the parties where we are collaborating, we are very keen to deploy, and we can efficiently. And Mwandi, I'm so pleased that you're on this panel as well, because I think our next step and undertaking as manufacturers, we're getting a sense of where can we, I like that talking about the aggregation. Our manufacturers know where are our nodes from a manufacturing perspective, how can we work collaboratively to aggregate demand, aggregate solutions, and the flip side is how can we work with Eskom's from a systems operation perspective so that we can work smart and identify where we can make the biggest difference most efficiently and then roll that out.
Philippa, if you can, please bookmark that point, because I think it's important that we get it answered to see how quickly those arrangements can come on board. And it's really interesting and nice to hear that there is already appetite for that. This is a direction we could potentially go into. Mondi, I'm going to come to you next, and it's slightly different for you, because we did hear from you this morning, so you've set a really great sort of scene for us. And you've heard what everyone is saying. I'm really interested to kick off with a question around where the data sets are coming from in terms of DSM, especially in real time, because there's an old struggle saying, we need to run and shoot at the same time. The system breakdown, you know, the breakdowns happen spontaneously. How's the communication flow across the system so that you know how to manage it and then get users to manage their behavior. So where's that data coming from and how quickly are you getting it right now?
Because it's going to hit me more, I use a bit less. In a way that is load shedding. It's done differently. Price signal is sent, and then somebody responds. We do not have that in the South African context. Now, whether you use your electricity, well, specifically at the residential level, whether you use electricity at 5 or 9, you pay the same rate. So that price signal is not there. And that's one of the things that structurally we need to fix to make sure that we respond timely.
Are we talking about what Caroline talked about in terms of time of use tariffs?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. So, and in their case, it's almost real time as well. So again, in our case, we've got a regulator that regulates the price of electricity, and even within those time slots, again, it will be a fixed rate. It will not be a rate that it costs you to generate and transmit at that time. So I think for me, that is a structural issue. So coming back to the issue of your data points, I think we've got lots and lots of these data points. I think the most obvious one is our national control. They look at this at the system in real time, and in real time they use that data to then make certain decisions regarding what must come off or what must come on onto the grid. So that's one data point. The other data point is that we have, depending on the different customer categories, we've got sort of an understanding of each of the customer categories in terms of their profiles, their consumption profiles, in terms of their needs going into the future. That part we have a full understanding. Where we've got slightly less of a sighting is in the residential space. And that for me is where a single biggest opportunity lies. Now, in the residential space, we do have sort of ballpark figures in terms of how the consumption is in terms of the consumption profile. But we do not have visibility into the households, which then sort of pushes the need for us to have that level of visibility so that we can do this load management. Because in the absence of that, then we have to do the blunt way and say we're load shedding. So we need to be saying to our customers to say the system is constrained, please drop your usage, and if you don't drop it to this level from this time on, we will just drop it to 10%. And the only way that we can do that is if we have a full penetration of smart meters that we can control remotely. So that is an opportunity. Unfortunately, that portion, at this point in time, we've got a limited amount of smart meters and not significant to be able to do that in a meaningful way. So yeah, one of the things that we'll be we're trying to roll out fast is that rollout of smart meters. Coming back to the point that was raised by Philippa, it's something that I've been discussing with Loazi to understand that from a manufacturing point of view, how do we create these nodes, and then how do we, in a clever way, sort of do this load rationing. I think Roger and myself have been involved in one of the customers close to the coast. They actually wanted to sort of trade their load shedding block because of that portion was actually quite strategic to the operations, strategic to the economy for another point, for another block, which was less strategic. It's conversations that are open, and we should be having that. So part of our issues is the issue of communications, you touched on it, but more importantly is the issue of education. I think it's great that now we are starting to, number one, have created this awareness about the value of electricity and energy in our lives. And now we're starting to embrace that, and we understand what it means not to have electricity. Thank you.
Yeah, we've learned it really the hard way, haven't we? And I use the idea of the COVID moment. In that extremity, there was such forced behavioral change, and in a similar way, that's what we're experiencing in South Africa right now. Just very quickly, just share with us the proportion of residential versus commercial and industrial clients that use electricity in South Africa right now.
So if you look at our sort of profile, the split between our different customer categories, I'll take big industrial, residential stroke municipalities, having regard of the fact that some of the big industries are within the municipal space. So about 40% of our capacity is at key industrial customers, and then you've got the other 40% being at the municipal level, which is mainly, again, that split is also another 40-40. And then from there, it's residential to Eskom. Agriculture is another significant sort of block, which is about 10%.
Okay, and it's interesting. So here's the thing. You wanted to come in, Roger. Did I see you gesture?
Yeah.
Okay, but let me quickly just make this point, is when you see it from the outside in, you know, you think, well, you know, big consumers, the the commercial and the industrial consumers are getting their electricity at a premium, and yet, you know, are perhaps not playing their part as much as you expect regular or residential consumers to do so. And I'd love for us, if you want to address, that perspective in society. I think it might be actually quite useful.
Yeah. So, in terms of the codes that we have as a country, there is one of the regulatory codes called NRS 048 Part 9. Now, NRS 048 Part 9 sees a customer as a customer, and when it comes to load shedding, it talks about sort of the spread of the pain, and that each customer must actually be equally affected, so to speak. And now I think if you look at it from from whichever perspective, you say, yeah, but that does make sense, that we must all feel the pain. What NRS 048 Part 9 does not take into account is the different types of customers. What is contained in there, it specifies that there's certain loads that are critical and essential. Those can then be excluded from load shedding. But if you look at sort of the bigger issues, the macro issues, what is the impact to the economy? Because if in my house, if I were to be load shed, it would not have the same impact as if Philippa's member is affected, one of the industrial sort of the manufacturers. So I think that's really one of the things that we need to sort out within our regulations. Say that yes, there should be some level of segmentation. Now you talk about COVID, what then it did is just put the spanner in the works, because now all the people they started working from home. Now the home became a work site now. so yeah, I think it's part of the things that we need to discuss and debate as a country.
My former father-in-law used to say, and he always had a pocket full of proverbs, you know, what you lose on the swings, you make up for on the merry-go-round. And I suppose in that COVID example, you know, maybe bigger buildings then didn't have their power on. So in a sense, you could say it kind of offsets, you know, the fact that we're working from home. All right, Roger, I'm going to let you come in because I know that you wanted to make a point, and then I think we'll just open up to some questions. And I'll give you how we're going to manage the questions in a moment. Go ahead, Roger.
So, Iman, yes, I do agree that South Africa's energy COVID moment basically happened in 2007. We've just taken far too long to really adequately respond to it. And I think one of the load shedding protocols we have here is to have these lights turned down a bit so we can actually see you. That'll be quite good because it's quite bright on stage.
Oh, and it happened. It happened finally.
So, no, the point I wanted to make is that Mondi is absolutely right. If you look at the large industrial customer segment, very big pieces of equipment are very difficult to switch on and off. It's not a light switch that you can just switch on and off. You know, when you switch off a smelter, you have a huge impact on network stability. You have a huge impact on the phasing of the network. And in fact, it's a big issue for Eskom to manage that phasing of the network to make sure we don't get system instability, which leads to other things that we don't want to talk about here. So I think what happens is that there is a very strong communication base that takes place between Eskom and large industrial customers, has to be, where we get notified in advance that we need to take 2 megs or 20% of your power or 30% of your power at this time off. Please start the planning. And we've been able to work fairly well together with, very well together with Eskom in saying, okay, we'll try and do it in the afternoon shift, particularly when households come home and where you're getting into that peak evening tariff, peak evening demand period. And so that information flow has worked really well. So they don't have that same visibility as Mondi was saying at a household level. So smart metering is one way to do it. I certainly think that the idea of time of use tariffs is a very good pricing signal that can be applied. But I do think that we're at the stage now where, you know, as we start getting through the crisis and getting through winter itself, and as we start seeing a lot more of the supply arrangements coming on side, I think as business, and we'll certainly do it through the Energy Council, we have been collaborating with the Electricity Intensive Users Group and with the ferroalloy producers, is to share, and Philippa, certainly on the manufacturing circle side, you know, this is not a moment about competitors competing with each other. This is about sharing what we've done per industry and learning the lessons that other industries can learn from us, etc. So creating the space for engaging, and I think this was just really the point I wanted to make at an industrial level. And we're starting to really do that quite well, I think, through the Energy Council and others, where the sharing and learnings that we get from what we can do as industry. So I want to give one very quick practical example, which is on the energy saving side from just working as companies in our local communities to roll out solar or roll out the water throttle devices, just to save a little bit of water in water-stressed areas. When industry gets involved at community level, you deal with what we did with that COVID, which is we got involved and the communities responded because they had the information to respond, and we helped them get vaccinated, and we made a huge amount of progress as a country fighting the challenge. So on the energy side, I think industry has a huge amount to do in our communities to work with communities to implement the changes that we need.
Thank you so much for that. And you know, there's a lot of follow-up I'd really love to do on each of what you're saying, the practicality of aggregation, how quick we can do that, to the point, Vanilla, that you were making around buyback. You know, buyback scheme, as complicated and complex as it is, as an opportunity, could you tie all those ends together and bring something to market really quickly? When you talked about what has an opportunity to drop down, you know, very quickly for implementation, I'd love to circle back to that. But as always, with these conversations that are timed at an hour, it's always difficult to go and do a deep dive. So just make a note of some of the things that really pinged for you. And, you know, our guests will be here and you can have deeper conversations. There are also the breakaways where you can really begin to engage quite robustly. So I'm gonna sort of park it on there and give an opportunity for at least 5 brilliant questions. 5 brilliant and very short questions. So show of hands really quickly, who would like to ask a question? And there are no questions from the class. Okay, I see a gentleman at the back there, so we get a microphone to him. Anyone on this side? Anyone on this side?
There's no brilliant questions.
No brilliant.
Okay, let me change the question. Let me change the question. Any questions from panel? All right, there, the gentleman at the back there. Oh, it's Devin. Okay,
It's
so
Devin.
we'll get a question from Devin as well. Just say who you are and who it's for. If you're making a comment, you are more than welcome to do so.
Yeah, thanks, Imani. And hi, colleagues. Sbusiso Shabalala from Eskom Distribution. I would like to ask any of the colleagues to comment on this. I'm hoping the message is not to say that we must just switch off the residential customers, because I'm pretty sure that none of us will wake up tomorrow to run the industries that we run. But I wanted to just say, ask the issue of sustainability of incentives towards customers to participate. Maybe any comments on that? Just the fact that, you know, sometimes we have these incentives, sometimes we do not have. Maybe just a comment in terms of how important it is that we keep them at a continuous sustainability way of doing things. Thanks.
Sorry, you said your name was, I didn't. Sbu, okay, Sbusiso. I'm going to put the radio voice on and I'll call it number one. Okay, Devin, go ahead.
Thanks, MC. So I think Barry alluded to this earlier about technology and how we have to look and evaluate the technology. I see smart meters have been punted as a good solution, we all agree, but don't discount other technologies that are out there which we need to go through that evaluation process and what you need. We understand the levers that you need to have. I mean, you heard it from global leaders out there, right? Both DR and DSM. Let's look at that. And who's mandated to look at the evaluation within Eskom so that we know who the go-to person? For example, I've been to India. We've seen a 50-watt halogen has been, you could use a 1-watt LED for replacing the 50-watt halogen. Crazy. I mean, that's like a rollout, a no-brainer, as long as the lumens and all that are ticked off, the compliance drivers. Let's look at that and sit around the table and do that evaluation, and industry experts can come together with Eskom to help in this whole thing.
Thanks for that, Devin. All right, so let's kick off with the first one. Any takers? Don't all rush, just one at a time. Yes.
Iman, on incentives, you know, certainly in looking at the other countries that we're competing against, and we are competing against them, they put in place incentive programs that are decades long. They don't do a one-year program which suddenly runs out and then. So if you look at, and we've been studying very closely the Australian example, they've got the challenge in various parts of Australia at the moment where they have to throttle down the supply of renewables into the network because they've got too much coming on stream at the moment. We'd love to have that problem. But they put in place incentives and they've put in place a very clearly defined program over the next 10 years. So they're in the third year of the program where they provide these marketable incentives for installing solar at a household level, and over time it's a market-determined instrument, and what happens is that over time that instrument will become value less and less as you get more and more solar coming on stream because it's less demand for the instrument as it is. So my view is you got to program these things over an extended period because ultimately it's an investment by government in generating the efficiency outcomes that are critical from a country level perspective. So it's actually an investment. You know, when people say, but business should be doing it anyway, misses a bit of the point in my view because business makes decisions on the basis of economic rationality and financial decisions. We don't just come at it on the basis, we need to do this because we just have to have the power. We'll divert energy investment into another country if that energy investment is more attractive than it is in South Africa. So I think we just need to be clear that long-term programs which give you very clear visibility on what those incentives look like over a period completely transforms the energy investment landscape, both at a DSM level as well as a renewable generation level.
And what example can you cite to support that? Because it was something I was going to ask the international team as well. You know, you send an SMS to someone and you say, you know, if you do X, you get 3 times back in terms of, I don't know whether it was relating to pricing or availability, exactly what the reward would be, but I wanted to see what the outcomes were in places where they do this.
So let's have a look at a very quick example of that. So in the province of Victoria in Australia, they have time of use tariffs. So people actually charge their cars on their system between 1 o'clock in the morning and 5 o'clock in the morning. They can program the vehicle to recharge an electric vehicle if you want to, whereas in the evening peak, they charge a penalty tariff. So there's one example. In Western Australia, they have a 2 cents per kilowatt feed-in tariff in the mornings when they've got surplus electricity coming into the network. When there's big demand on the network, they pay a 10 cents feed-in tariff for residential customers. So again, this is practical stuff that we should be doing as a matter of course. Just again, the issue here is why don't we've got the ideas and the solutions, and I think we've all agreed that we've got the shared problem together. The issue is how do we implement the solutions in a way which generates the right outcomes.
It's going to have to be very appealing for someone like me to wake up in the morning at 1 o'clock and do the washing. But I'm willing to give it a try. Yeah, program it, yes, exactly, James.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'd just like to pick up on the incentive thing and just give it a slightly different perspective. So I think everyone sees this energy transition as part of climate change. I think we need to, at this stage, decouple that. We know what the climate change issue is, and it's net zero is the target. We're going to get there. And even from our minister, president, our legislation, there's no real debate on that. So if we bring it back and say, well, we need meaningful targets. And so if we just took a 20, 30-year view and said, what would security and sustainability in the energy sector look like for South Africa as a globally competitive economy? So that is basically around 56,000 megawatts of wind and solar, 8,000 megawatts of storage, 5,000 megawatts of gas to power, and decommissioning 12,000 megawatts of coal. So plus, we have to talk about the distribution investment, the transmission investment, the reform in institutions, unbundling the TSO. So when we speak about all of these things, it is actually part of this really massive ecosystem. Now, the point around the incentives is that, and again, decoupling climate change, if we look globally, really the energy transition has moved away from a climate change agenda. It's now a policy around positioning for investment, global market share in a new type of energy environment, and onshoring manufacturing and tech. So if we look at the US IRA, that's $370 billion around local investment and incentives. The EU matched that with 250 billion euros. China has put up $280 billion. Japan has put up $150 billion. And that is not about trying to kind of address a climate change problem. That's about being futurely relevant as an economy, because that's industrialization, jobs, meaningful skills, youth participation in innovation and tech. So I think a lot of these things, and that's why Devon's point out, there's some short-term urgent stuff which we need to work on, Mondi, and I think, and I see Rudy over there as the champion and saying we've got to create urgency in the actions to get demand response for the system operator so we can have confidence to getting through this winter hard period. And there's interventions. But in the grand scheme of things, this is also a long journey here. It's about the change in behavior, a lot of awareness, much better communication, and very much around the industrialization, creating local participation in this. And we do need to see a very, I think, different process and approach to incentivizing SMMEs, local industrialization, local skills, and creating real local jobs. Because our current industrial bases, beyond 2030, are going to have this very hard decline in global competitiveness. When you look at things like CBAM, which everyone knows about, and the US are also starting to talk about import carbon tariffs. So it was a very interesting stat, just to make it real again, is that out of a steel manufacturer, I was given a number that said by 2028, a ton of steel exported into Europe from South Africa will attract a 27% surcharge on carbon. Okay, so that basically a 27% increase on a South Africa landed ton of steel in Europe means we're not relevant in the European market. So either we're going to have to find somewhere else to sell it, or we're going to have to decarbonize, or we'll have to shut that industry because it just won't be commercially viable. So I think we've got to position this context. It's a real urgency, not just load shedding, but actually the pathway to 2030 around repositioning our economy for success is very, very critical. Thanks.
Those are really sobering points there, James. Anyone else want to respond to Devon and Sibusiso?
Maybe let me just try to, on the incentives. If you look at the DSM program and what it's meant to achieve, finally mentioned the point that DSM is the cheapest and the quickest. So effectively, we are building a generation facility, so to speak, because we're creating this capacity through this program. If you think of it at a country perspective, this is possibly cheaper than building a new power station. This is the quickest to building a new power station. So effectively, from an incentive point of view, I think possibly going forward, we need to be thinking differently, because for me, this is what we need to do as part of how we consume and how we manage this power system. Maybe to Devon's point, and Devon, apologies, I didn't acknowledge your presentation. It was brilliant. Thank you. We're looking at different technologies. Why the issue of smart meters specifically on this one, on the DSM, is because it's giving us a lot of other benefits beyond the demand side management. I did not want to bring this point, but I will talk to it now. If you imagine how much we are losing from electricity theft point of view, it is an equivalent of between 1.5 stages and 2 stages of load shedding. So if you can deal specifically with energy losses, even half it, then we're doing away with a stage of load shedding, just by managing it better. So smart meters are intended to help us do that as well. So in the DSM context, we are looking at the smart meters as our opportunity of getting a better insight in terms of the customer consumption profile, to do things, something like load shifting and the likes. That's why smart meters, it's not a silver bullet, but it will help.
Because it's manufactured here.
As long as it's manufactured here.
Are they manufactured here?
You can tell us.
Given are they made in South Africa?
But only R2 per unit.
Was that a loud yes? Yes, I love that. Good. Okay, so we're definitely out of time, and I want us to break for lunch, and I'll tell you what's going to happen with the breakaways. But just very quickly on the idea, we've had a number of complex solutions, things that one imagines we'd have to do, I suppose, feasibility studies in South Africa, get the costing right, we might have to get things subsidized, and the plans need to be created, and it's going to take money and funding. What are some of the things you can implement, and Fenele, maybe for you, tomorrow? Okay, maybe not tomorrow, it's, but optimistic. Or the day after tomorrow. But in the short to medium term, that really brings in both the commercial, industrial, and residential consumer, to really begin to give those immediate givebacks to the grid.
My sense is that, by the way, this journey is not new to South Africa. I think ESCOM 2006, 2007, on the first crunch, like Roger was saying, embarked on this thing. And it delivered really good results, So from an industrial sector point of view, I think those quick wins have been fairly used, in terms of exhaustion. What we need now is more deeper level of energy efficiencies specifically, as well as, of course, load picking. So those are not going to be fast by any means. So I think from an industrial sector, that's the reality we are facing. However, from a demand response point of view, in my view, that's where the things are possible. Like I was saying, that demand response really deals with what you need at a particular moment through the system operator who will say, shut down 200 megawatts of your plant, and then you do it almost immediately. So the more we have those, into the picture, the more we can balance this, because it doesn't only reduces the load, it also manages to stabilize your system in terms of frequency balancing and everything else. So it is really at the stroke of the pen. And then obviously you still have to do the groundwork in terms of finding people who are prepared to do that. But in my view, probably that's one of the quickest things we can do right now.
So yeah, thank you. Thanks to you guys. Thanks to you, Roger, James, Fenele, Philippa, and Monday for at least setting the scene. So I think we've got a good base and a launch pad for the continuation of our discussions this afternoon. So yes, thank them for saying some important things. All right, so guys, for the next 2 hours or so, as we begin to launch into our breakaways, I'd love for you, well, okay, no, lunch is first, don't worry. I saw some looks of consternation. We will feed you. I'd love for you to take all your belongings, because I think we only come back into this room around 3:30 or so. So breakaway 1 is just the dining room where we're going to be having lunch, and we'll talk about available or evolving technology solutions to unpacking our participation in how we solve the energy crisis in the short term. So that's pretty much to what we were trying to establish here towards the end. And our moderators there are Pradesh and Motlali Pula. In Breakaway 2, which is the Willow Room, and that's also off the dining room, so you won't get lost. Bankability. How do we optimize and grow the existing and future DSM programs that we have in the medium term? And we've got Trevor and Alex that are moderating that. And then finally, in the Great Arch Room, you'll see some signs for the Great Arch Room, and this is dealing with future distribution industry in the long term. So this is where you'll talk about energy investments, the customers, the prosumers, and the producers of energy. And Malcolm, together with Shamir and Sbusiso, will be moderating that discussion. Listen, I don't know what's on the lunch menu, but I know it's going to be fabulous, so enjoy it. But please, can we just watch the time? If we can come back at as close to just after 1 or 10 past 1 as possible, to then go to your relevant breakaway rooms. Are we together? Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much, and enjoy your lunch.